Hello. How do you do? It's Tuesday, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. It's Tuesday. Hello. Tuesday, innit? Yeah. Not only that, but I was using the kick drum mic as my vocal mic. And I don't think I'm supposed to, but I wanted to check it worked. And to be honest, it does make me sound quite bassy. I quite like that. And yeah, this will have been quite a sudden switch, I'm sure. But, yeah. Not that sudden.
All right.
This is all I know. 1, 2, 3.
An enemy that you can defeat just by closing a door is not a scary enemy. Why are you letting the mechs break your doors? Mechs will only... the only way mobs attack doors in RimWorld is specifically if they've seen someone go through one. Like recently. This sounds at least partially self-inflicted. Hey. And now the microphone isn't moving itself around for no reason. That's helpful. Well, then consider this a learning experience. It'll be fun, I promise. You'll learn all sorts of things. Hey, Dragonbox. How dare you? Unacceptable. I expect prompt attendance. I think I might have to dock your pay, Dragonbox, I'm afraid. There's 10 minutes missed. And 10 minutes of your pay docked. I had come to the understanding that you were a nerd, Trench, and most nerds can read. What does it say? It's Tuesday, innit? That means it's Capac Day. Means it's Painty Day. And I also need to make some XLR cables. So I might actually do some of that as well. I even have a piece of string, exactly 5 meters long, to make my job easier. You do get paid. I pay you teeth. I'm going to need 10% of your teeth back. For what? For being a grumpy git in RimWorld? That's not worth a raise. I don't think paying him is going to have any effect on that. Yeah, no, I don't believe he has any control over such things. As much as he might like to think otherwise. Right. I'm going to start with one thing, and that is I am going to make at least one cable, because I am fucking fed up with only having one XLR cable in this room for 2 microphones. So bear with me while I switch the cable over again. And then I can make a cable for the other PC. And work out what I did with the headphone cable.
Said don't call my phone on a Friday night, but I never did listen. So I'ma hit you now on a FaceTime, and I know you won't miss it. Girl, I know you waited, you ain't over me. You only wanna talk to the stove with me.
What I'm going to do is fix this music as soon as I can. I apologize.
That doesn't mean I won't try. She said, stop it. You always let me down when I want you. I can't help
And thank you, Yuki. Maybe. Yes, sing about your angst on Facebook. Go for it. That's what we're after. No, I am not going to suspend the mic using a string. This is probably going to replace the big lump mic that's actually on this desk, because the one that's on the desk sucks. And also because it amused me that, remember when I drew that picture of a microphone the other day, and everyone was like, that looks stupid. It is this microphone. Or I suppose I could keep using the prop one. Yeah, as for RimWorld, we'll have to see how time goes when Capac shows up. I'm going to do a little bit of soldering now, then we'll play RimWorld until when Capac arrives, but it may only be a short section, because tonight is Painty Night, and I'm not about to abandon Painty Night. Ketchup, it is specifically a mic for the kick drum of a drum kit. That is why it looks weird, because it's designed to go through the hole. And actually, it lives inside the drum. And its egg shape is actually to give it, like, an internal bass, like, reflex chamber. A bit like the same way you have a big box around a sub. It's like that, but around the mic end as well. It is not a vocal mic. I was just using it as one because it amused me. And because it's a second-hand one I bought today. I needed to check it worked. Needed to check there was no problems. And there was no problems. Go. Yeah, the drum for the our drum kit doesn't sound amazing, especially the kick drum. So I'm hoping that this is the solution to that in some way. And you stick it in the drum. Who knows? It wasn't expensive, and these are relatively well thought of, but also not available anymore. So finding one secondhand isn't that straightforward. For stabbing. Did me or the frame rate kind of shit on this camera today? Yes, it's I use it for cooking hot dogs. It's my hot dog spike. Hey, Spec. I spy an error in progress. You. Oh, I haven't gotten rid of the string even yet. Skizzles? Skizzles? No, Skizzles. Yeah. Yeah, Helly's... Well, it depends a little bit what type of heli you're trying to set up. But, yeah. Hey, Chrisman. Or luck later, Chrisman. Well, I don't know how to say. It's not goodbye. I don't know what it is. Happy luck? Yeah, okay, so... Arguably the difficult way of doing it. Not that the electronics necessarily counter for things, but you tend to have less linkages involved. Do more via ESC. When did auto-tune just become acceptable as a sound instead of I can't sing? Don't need to, Essa. We got auto-tune for that now. Computer will do it for you. Wasn't actually talking about AI stuff. Auto-tune's been around for a lot longer than that. What's wrong with this track, Shopfog? The last one was a bit unusual, but this one's something that could 100% be in my playlist. Sounds like they're going for a sort of Gnarls Barkley sort of vibe. Oh, come out, you bastard. Go. I just remembered how I held this last time. Need to get my needle nose with a hairband around them so I can actually do this properly. Look at that, it's tinning really weird. Oh, all right. Sort of preparing for we got charity gig this weekend, and as part of it being a charity gig, it's I've got to be down there at midday, which is not very wasted conducive times. So sort of preparing for that. I mean, I can turn the temp up, but this is a what is this? 80 watt? Right, there's more to it than it looks. It's one of these jobbies. Fair enough. I don't want to use that then. I'm smalling. Dude, I'm soldering small wires. There won't be wires left if I do that to these. Yeah, what is going on with the playlist? Gosh.
Gotta give it away, give it away, give it away to the ones you love.
That's what I'm missing from last time.
It feels like sunshine the way that it warms up my cold heart. Sweet as sugar and a light that leads you through the dark. A friend to pick you up in brokenness and pain. Lord, let your love and kindness fall on us like rain. Affection, honey,
It's 4, Sliver, 4. Yeah. Now we can actually grab and hold the damn wire properly. Yeah, so it's an entire 20 watts better. There we go. The problem was simply I couldn't apply any pressure. You should know me by this point, Mr. Sliver. They were always going to be... It was always going to be a reasonably good styling around. I don't fuck around with... Yeah, it's probably because it has no temperature control. So the main difference will probably be what temperature it's going for, rather than anything else. I had a piece of solder, and now I don't.
Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like a stakeout.
I'm surprised a diver doesn't use a waterproof throat mic. Maybe something about being underwater fucks with that. A wire. Oh, now it means I've got to work out which way around they're supposed to go. Because I can't remember. I'm going to take a guess, or I'm going to attempt to remember. I'm going to be wrong. But I think it's 1 positive, 2 ground, 3 negative. I'm definitely wrong partially, because 3 is ground. Oh no, there's a separate ground in here. Interesting. I guess, for nicer wire than I have. That's 1, 2, 3. Helpful. Then you put it upside down. 1, 2, 3 is in the middle, 1 left, 2 right. Okay, so 1 is ground, 2 is positive, 3 is negative. So I did get it wrong. I'm glad I checked. Oh, wait a second. That depends on male and female. No, it doesn't. It's the same way around. So, in fact, it doesn't matter. That's just the arrangement. So... we are kind of this way around. Swear I had a better technique than this last time. And it might have been because these things weren't moving around. Wait. Stay where you are. No, that's not helped. I hate it. Oh, stop moving! Fucking annoying. Ow. That was very warm. Between that and the rest of this wire yanking on it constantly, stop it. Well, shit. You guys can't even see that. But... Going well today. Every cable on this desk has decided to wrap itself around something else to get in the way. And then at the end of it all, that's the strain relief. Or it's not the strain relief, as some might say, because it's not. Do it again. Has it just gone back to that same playlist again? Why? Artlist might be broken at the moment because I am not I'm putting my playlist on and it's playing one track and then jumping back to that. What do you mean, as long as the housing... Not being inside the strain relief means that the strain relief doesn't work. These are XLR cables. They need the strain relief. Otherwise, they will break pretty much immediately. All of the applications these are used in, they get beasted. Well, I don't think it needs internal strain relief. If I loop those wires, they have a chance then of potentially touching each other. No, I'll just do it again. Especially as these are for band use. So they are going to be plugged in, unplugged, plugged in, unplugged. They're going to be yanked on. Like, that internal rat's nest in there. First of all, I'm not sure it'll even fit with how these are designed. Because this isn't just a clamp at that end. That clamp goes along. I'm not sure if you can see it there, but there's teeth to it. I think I stole a fair bit of the solder out of one of those cups when I was desoldering the thick wire. I have to put a bit more in.
This is a shakedown.
It did it again. This track is not on my playlist. Well, that clearly didn't go very well. Time for a different website it is. Understood. You know what I'm not going to have? Fucking solder pump. Because I can never find it. Doesn't matter how many times I buy one. Damn thing doesn't exist. Pumps are useful. I'm not saying they're necessary, but there are circumstances like I'm guessing you don't use that many bullet connectors, like deep, like 3, 4, 5 mil bullets, because at that point you start running into the cups being deep enough that you kind of and holding enough solder that dipping doesn't get it out. Even that's a bit long. I'm only holding on by the last couple. Good to know. I need to strip a lot less off if I want. We really don't need much sticking out at all for this to work. That'll be fine. There's still some strain relief, but for future lessons and learning. Think I'm being a tool and using the wrong one. Nope. No, I am. Wiggle test. You don't reuse your bullet connectors? I'm not talking about making mistakes, dude. I'm saying that, like, sometimes you are changing ESC, or sometimes something's broken. Oh, I don't like reusing the old solder. But fair enough. Wow, these pliers are actually acting as a quite impressive heatsink. That is the way. No one was going to stop me. You would have let it gone bootless. Yeah, except heat shrink and electrical tape are two very valuable items and commodities, which means I can never find either. Yeah, well, electrical tape, I cannot tell you how many hundreds of rolls of electrical tape I bought and then still somehow don't have electrical tape. But of course, because this is the way of the world, literally as I'm saying this, I go, wait a second, what's that over there? Tucked underneath this thing here that I can only happen to be able to see from this angle. It's a very dusty and sorry for itself half roll of red electrical tape. Yeah. Quick chain the roll to the bench. I don't think that works. Right. Hey, the fool. Every RimWorld series has that one pawn that for some reason gets their name said about 4 times as much as any other pawn in the series. This series, that's you, for sure. Between the dementia and being the doc. That's a bit more like it. Now we got the jaws fully engaged on sheath. Yeah. Right. How are we looking? One to one. 2 to 2. 3 to 3. Nice. So, This means we're basically done, right? Another boy joins the crew. Yeah, Goldorn is an absolute madman. Thank you very much, Goldorn. Welcome, fool. Yeah. Almost finished. I like the way that, you know, obviously I bought this stuff in bulk, but all you've got to do is look at the presentation to tell you that I didn't buy them in bulk. These guys bought them in bulk. I don't know how many connectors they bought, but I bet you it's they don't show up in a baggie. And now, for the most advanced piece of equipment I have. Yeah, baby, it's a bit of string with marks on it. Need that and the danger snips. Thankfully, you can't get your finger in them, so they're not going to take your finger off. Alright, I think I'm going to do a 3 meter. Yeah, that makes sense, Sliver. How much is a 100-piece box out of interest? I suppose that would matter. It's depends what connector you're talking about. These are fancy ones. Well, fancy-ish. Those are what are they called? God damn it! They're powered it's powered speaker cable for PA systems. I can't remember the damn name of the connector now. Begins with E. Oh right. Okay, you're talking about Nutric ones. What the fuck? What the? How does that even work? That's just weird. Yeah, bizarre. Impressive, but bizarre. Speak on. Thank you, Spaceful. Yeah, it's a dumb name, but I assume that was the brand that originally came up with it. Don't cut the blue wire. Well, hopefully I don't cut any of the wires. Ideally. Oh. Yeah, I imagine it is. I'll get in the sky at some point, in theory. Must use all the solder. Can't waste any. Yep. Starting to remember the order a little bit even. I'm making some XLR cables, microphone cables. Band has a gig at the weekend, and as I am the sound guy as well as the bassist, I need to make up a few more cables because we do not have enough, and I'm tired of... So last band rehearsal earlier this week, everyone got there, and we were setting up, except when I say we were setting up, I was setting up. Some of the guys was loosely helping with vague side bits, but not really doing a huge amount. And I was getting it all set up, and I got to the point where I was like, okay, why do I only have 5 XLR cables? And someone was like, they're in a bag. We borrowed them last week for the gig we did duo. I'm like, what? Okay. And then it turned out that the bag had been forgotten. So we wasted an hour, basically. But it's just immediately like, you know what? I think we're just going to have it set up in such a way where I have my XLR cables, and they stay my XLR cables, and they stay with me. And if you want XLR cables, well, you've got your own XLR cables. Let's not mix them together. Especially when what we're talking about is... like... I've got a bunch of quite nice ones. I bought nice cable that's super flexible. I bought nice connectors. And I'm basically making some more of the cables I already had. I just bought the raw materials to make them instead of pre-made cables. Meanwhile, the ones they've got, for the most part, are from one of the other band members' fathers, like old PA equipment hire business. So they've been taped to a million different stages, so the cables are goopy and sticky. There are a million different brands, and a number of them are kinda ropey. Yeah, they're fucked. So yeah, let's just make sure that the only cables that are ever here are my ones, so they never get confused for your ones, because there's a big difference between my cables and those cables. It helps that mine are, as I said, all the same. They're all Nutric connectors with this band on it, although half of my connectors actually have a coloured band. That's changeable. Yeah, exactly. And that's because the people you've lent them to are not having any care for them either. So we are doing some of, I won't do it all, I'll bore you with doing all of it tonight. We'll go and do something more interesting shortly, don't worry. But I'll do some of it tonight to get some of the work done, because I need it done by the weekend. Flop test? If it doesn't flop, good. It's no good. I mean, I put forward the argument, Sliver, that it is almost always going to be halfway down a cable. Not halfway down, it's almost always going to be at the connector end. Down a cable, pretty unlikely. But it's also why you have something like that. And I say that because, please note, ports for probe as well, so you can very quickly isolate it from wire to connector. But part of that's because these sort of PA equipment companies, they don't buy good stuff to begin with. It's stuff designed to be wrecked. Unfortunately, one of the downsides of buying nice wire is the blooming cable strippers don't work on it because the wire's too flexible. I'm not looking forward to the point where I have to deal with bug shooting one of our squids. What are the two short trusted cables for? If you're doing 25-meter runs, how are the two short trusted cables helping? Oh, for testing the squid? Yeah, right. Wasn't really the... Yeah, because you're not quite picturing the squid correctly. The squid has a box on one end, because it's not a full squid, it's a stage box. I'm not sure I agree with, like, you could get quite quick at this, and, okay, so 75 for, decent brand, which is what we're talking here. 10-pounded connectors and 60 for a 100-meter roll, but from that 100-meter roll you make 4. So you've got it for 70. For 70, you bought the equivalent of 300. And you're only needing to solder 8 connectors because you're doing 25 meters. Even then, it's only 4 cables. Okay, so it's 260. No, 260. No, 270. Profit. For 8 connector solders, someone could do that in an hour. How much are you paying that person an hour? You could pay me $200 an hour to solder XLR cables. That'd be a good day. No, you're fucking not. Guarantee you I'm not making £200 an hour doing this. I understand how people could think it's not worth the value, which is why it's not done. But I bet you, if you actually work it, like do the maths, it is. I'm doing this because I could buy what I already did last time, which was a 10 cable drum microphone kit, Nutrix connectors, clots, wires, from these guys, and that kit cost 164 quid. For it was like 52 meters of cable across various lengths. This was 220 for double that. I definitely, even paying myself. Weirdly, I'd almost argue the other way around. The more short cables you've got, the more actual soldering time you're talking about, and the more you've got to pay this part of it. It's better. That was a cold joint to begin with. Oh, and I'm an idiot and I haven't actually tinned these wires yet. Got ahead of myself. enough solder in that cut. Top it up a bit. Hey Hugan, and hey Dion. One to one. One. Two. Three. Sheathing on these cables, on this wire is so nice. It is the nicest coiling wire I think I've come across. Okay, what have I done so far? So far there's been 3 5s and a 3. This says to me maybe we do a 2 for bass drum purposes. For the kick. Yeah, I think that's what XLR cables were actually designed for. Yeah. It plug into thing. Although it helps when there's a bit more to it. Plugs into the golf club, you see? Good for taking a swing with. This is my putter. You need cable for that. This is high accuracy putter. Right, 2 secs. I need to measure some wire. And for obvious reasons, I can't do that on the desk. started to dawn on me that doing a 3 meter was maybe a mistake. Because now, there has to be some weird division. The only option is a 2. And I was just thinking to myself, I think a 2 is actually a bit short for any practical purpose unless you know you need something really close. I imagine the drones therefore don't have a particularly high power consumption because an XLR cable is not particularly thick gauge wire. Oh, so it's for control electronics as opposed to power. Right, got you. Hey, Surrender. We are coming up to, slightly concerned because you never know, we are coming up to the first MOT for the Abbey. So for non-UK folks, it's a bit like smog, but with a whole bunch of safety and other checks on your vehicle that if you don't pass, you can't drive it. And of course, I don't actually know what this card is like under the hood yet. find out how expensive it's going to be. Yeah, but you'll know what it is. I don't think it's particularly draconian to ensure that the vehicles that are going around our roads at increasing speeds are actually safe and fit to be doing so. That's what it is. It's a price fixed, quite complete general inspection of the car, specifically with a focus on safety, both from an angle of like occupant safety, but also from a perspective of other people's safety. Like, do your brakes fucking work? Do your windscreen wipers work so you can actually see if it's raining? That sort of thing. The only thing we've ever had like that, Serenthra, is emissions based, and it's on entering London. Well, emissions is part of that inspection to make sure that you've actually got a catalytic converter and you're not just running around with a straight pipe, that sort of thing. It's basically noise and does your cat work. I said brakes before wipers. Yeah, it's like brakes, wipers, lights, seatbelt, indicators, does, like, you know, it's like basic functions of car. Is your suspension still attached? When you turn the steering wheel, does it actually turn the wheels? Yeah, the only equivalent we have to anything like that fine is we have an ultra low emission zone and a low emission zone around London specifically, although I think there might be one around Birmingham too, which is simply aimed at reducing smog, basically. And you can still enter those areas if you are in a car that is above, but it will cost you. Now, I will say, the criteria they use for which vehicles are and aren't allowed could be a lot better. I've not forgotten it yet. It's gonna come, I know, but so far. I did say there was emissions testing. But that emissions testing is not like, oh my god, we're here to punish old cars. That emissions testing is there something wrong with your car? Are you spitting out unusually large amounts of gas because, again, you don't have a catalytic converter, for example? Or, you know, something's properly fucked with your engine. So those tests and those standards are relative to the vehicle you're having tested. They're not like, oh, there is a maximum amount. I mean, I'm not saying there isn't a maximum amount. There probably is, but that's not something that I've ever heard be applicable. Did I get out one too many strain resistant strain thingies? I'm pretty sure I put it on this one. I did. Yeah. Must have been just got out one too many. I'm gonna stop trying to use the wire stripper for this. It doesn't work. That wire stripper just can't deal with this wire. Where's my knife? Actually, maybe a combo of scoring then wire stripper. Yes, there we go. Lovely. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to things like, you know, the safety checks and the emission checks and so on, I'm kind of okay with things being a bit draconian, like making sure it is done and regularly. Because people, when left to their own devices, will not do it. They will drive hideously unsafe vehicles around the place until someone gets killed by it. Or they'll drive stuff around where you're just like, okay, I can't breathe. And being completely honest, while I have never known a scenario where a car has like gone in and, you know, fully working, failed an MOT for its emissions, partly that is because I have known at least two people who used to go to the garage for their MOT with a second exhaust in the back of the car and slip the mechanic like 60, 80 quid on arrival to switch the straight pipe off and put the exhaust with the cap back on again before doing the MOT, and then put them back right afterwards. Although, speaking of emissions, I am also planning when the car goes in for the MOT. I found a new garage I'm going to try out that's a bit more of a third-party specialist as opposed to first-party maintenance. And when it's going in, I am also asking the guy to either recommend if it needs doing or take a look at the transmission to make sure the transmission fluid is good. And assuming everything goes good with the MOT, then please do the stage 1 tune. The same thing that happened to second person from a perspective. The 2PS doesn't exist. As that would be from the perspective of someone else you didn't know. It's a pass or fail with a advisory system where, like, there's a band in which you're like, okay, this is beginning to be a problem, but it's not actually a problem yet, so we're not just going to fail you outright. But the chances are, if this is still here by next year, that will be a fail sort of approach. No, they're still third person. From the perspective argument, not talking about how you view them camera-wise. I'm talking about how, like a novel is written. Is the novel written like a diary? That's first person perspective. Or is it written from the perspective of a narrator? That's third person perspective. Why am I covering the copper? That's called tinning the wire, and what it does is basically ensure that the wire is fully saturated with solder. So when you then go to solder it, the two surfaces mate together more easily, because the solder acts as a conductor of heat. It also, in this case, helps because that wasn't one piece of wire, but loads and loads of frayed strands, so this also keeps it together and stops it from being a pain in the ass. But that is not the primary. Yeah, no, kind of. I mean, I'm not saying it's a perfect scenario by any means. What I am saying is, I'm not against the idea of having emission standards and emission laws. They could definitely be, how they are applied could definitely be improved, but their existence, I think, is a good thing to have. I mean, it kind of already has. Bowman to some extent. Roger that, Fogman. Enjoy your foods. And even that has failed an MOT because X was on the car and wasn't working. In this case, it was with adjustable headlights. It had electric adjustable headlights, and that had to be working. Well, I think, honestly, Poe, to me, I understand it, because that's me getting caught in flack that's actually aimed, ironically, at the car I now own. The car that's got automatic LED headlights that literally control its full beams to try and beam. You know, you can have a... Let's get some cars. Mr. Space Marine is a car. It's night. I'm in car here. My full beams will be on, and let's have a car over here. Come in the other direction. Remember, UK, so this is actually the right way around. My full beams will be on, and they will be sending a beam of light down that way, in between these guys, and then off to the sides. And as this guy comes down, you'll see this light move to avoid him, and this light move to avoid him. But if that system goes wrong, what you're actually doing is blinding everybody. And I'm getting caught in flack designed to stop those more modern headlight systems from being on vehicles when they're not working. Well, it used to be our headlights properly adjusted. Ironically, it got changed from that. Nope. And that is where perhaps they make the error. Is it... It should not apply to cars that are using much more basic systems. And I found out why the headlight adjuster wasn't working as well. At some point, an aftermarket alarm has been added to this car, and they made some abominable mess trying to run power for the alarm off of the headlight adjuster circuit. Well, joke's on them. I took the button out and put a blanking plate in its place, and I removed the motors. So now it doesn't have that functionality. Never used it anyway. Adjusted the headlights with a screwdriver, because it's a screw. Just you pop the bonnet and there's just a screw you can. It's a junky device, but it is for testing cables, and it has many things it can test. Actually, not that many. It's got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, headlights are a requirement. Oh, you mean... Oh, sorry, you were talking about this. If I turn to forward, no lights light. Yeah, look. Let me. Okay. Oui. That's, I believe, most of these later lights are just for Cat 5. Most of... Oh, Cat 5 and Din. Welcome back, Fog. How was your food? What do you have? Nice. I have had too much pizza of late. I need to not have any more pizza for a bit. I have been lazy, and pizza is very easy to do after stream. So long RimWorld streams have resulted in quite a lot of pizza. No, unsurprisingly, we don't have a 2 wide reach. Why are you trying to do this? It doesn't work. Pineapple on the pizza, pineapple on the pizza. Put the pineapple on the pizza. Making the best pizza, 'cause the best pizza has pineapple. As long as what you prefer also includes pineapple. Yeah, 7.5. Pineapple and bacon is a good choice. That's correct. I personally am more down for like some thick ham. How's Tricks 5? Tuna on pizza? Not something I've tried, I don't think. Could be alright, I guess. Probably the only fish I would want on a pizza. Although, different people, different pizza styles and whatnot. I am personally like me proper sort of authentic Italian style pizza. Something thin and stone baked, super crispy. Like, don't need to go super heavy on the topping either. As long as you got some good quality cheese. Plenty of mozz. Why would this not be safe? There's some soldering. It's not. This is not scary shenanigans. This is everyday shenanigans. I think the only thing slightly ropey here is I've just got the iron just sort of balanced. It just sits on the side. I can't be asked to go and find where the rack's gone. So it's just on the desk like that. Is it just off camera? Terrifying. Hey, Jack. That sounds correct, Mr. Injustice. How's the evening going, Mr. Jackman? At the moment, finishing off a couple of XLR cables because I'm fed up with... Well, I need some for band purposes, but also every time we have a band rehearsal, I end up nicking the XLR cables off of my microphones in this room, and then only one of them comes back. So every time I switch from the workbench to the stream rig or vice versa, I got to move a cable. So, sort of also making myself a cable, but for the other PC. In that this one's a little short 2-meter cable, and that's about right for that rig. I have 100 meters of this cable, and 20 of each connector. 20 males, 20 females. So basically I can make 20 cables out of that 100 meters. I'm not going to make 20. I don't need 5 meters. I need some longer. I need some shorter. I don't know how many I'm going to end up with. But I suspect I'll probably end up with connectors left over at the end. Go in. Thank you. Yeah, I'm slightly... Finding that site was problematic. It was one of these ones where it's like, they actually sell a reasonably decent priced bundle of XLR cables. And I was like, oh, maybe I found a cool place that, you know, I can get some other stuff at some reasonable prices. No, that site is explicitly super high-end equipment. So, and I've ended up on their mailing list. So I get emails from them. It's just like, ooh, interesting microphone. How much is that? Oh, I see, it's £12,000. No, not interesting microphone. Moving on. It's not bad because it keeps me safe. Uno, dos,
Another
tres.
boy joins the crew.
Yay. Hey, BC, thank you very much, dude. Oop, that's a camera. I do like to headbutt the camera. Problem might do Hive Tyrant, might build Non-Emissary, not sure. Yeah, the first thing I'm doing is clearing up. A little clarity. However, I do still have a problem. It is very movie without the mouse mat I usually have behind it. Welcome back, Ollie. That was decent XLR cable progress. I will now move on to doing something else. I can sit down and bash out a bunch of XLR cables off stream in future. Go on. No, I'm going to find the mouse mat I got rid of. I have a mouse mat that goes behind there. I removed it because when I'm soldering, I don't want that soldering iron touching a mouse mat because that mouse mat's made out of like rubber and other rubbish. No comeback yet, but he is going to be around shortly, one assumes. It is late for him already. You lied to me. I went and looked over at the other rig, and it tells me Capac is live. Yeah, Capac's still in Australia. He lives there. How bad is Nawny Boy? What are we dealing with here? Oh, shit. A reasonable amount. A big old base. The GW color scheme for him is pretty cool. Yeah, maybe we do a combination of Nitty Boy and Mr. Dreadnought. Fair enough, Ollie. It is. What we're doing is we're slowly getting all the minis necessary to reenact the Dawn of War 3 trailer. But then continue at the end to the point where the Wraith Knights then turn around and kill the last two Warhounds. They weren't Warhounds, whatever they were. Stupid Imperial things. Right, this is going to take some finagling. Success! And would you look at that? It appears to be alive on my roof. When I've finished painting some more minis. I'm not. We need to finish some painting jobs before I'm allowed to do anything else. Not doing very well with the actually painting stuff. Yeah, I don't want to tighten. I'm all good. No, thank you. I'm working on it. Later, Ollie. Good to see you. I shall return momentarily, folks. I need to put water on my wet palette and in my squirty bottle of goodness. And grab a fresh drink, and then we'll jump in with Cafe and see how tonight's painting goes. See whether or not a few hours of soldering gets rid of these shakes. I got ribs. You have shared my stream without my permission.
Ah. My evil scheme has finally come to pass.
I'm back from grabbing a drink and I'm in shared chats. Oh, right, okay. I guess that window was still open then.
How goes it?
Well, it goes okay. How about yourself?
Yeah,
You're
not
working
too
on
bad.
your purpley blue boy tonight again?
Oh, the
I can't remember what it was called. So
Amble. Oh,
Yeah,
he's
there you go.
finished.
that one. Is he? Cool. Okay.
So today I'm working on the first of Capax Commandos.
Well, that sounds dangerous. And what do they do?
Sakura cashed in her channel points reward. And so I am painting a squad of
Taburas.
Cadians in Capac colors with the colors of choice to indicate the squad members.
I see.
And Tabura is first off the dropship with the grenade launcher.
Just this is how you test if it's hot, by the way, chat. Don't do that.
It's like that it's like that stock image of the girl fixing the computer and she's holding it like a pencil again on a computer motherboard.
Yep.
There were a couple of times when I was watching the Flash TV show when I saw them do very questionable things with multimeters.
I mean, what were you expecting from the Flash TV show?
I mean, I'd expect one of the lighting guys to approach the director and say, well, actually...
And the director be like, yeah, I don't care. Shut up.
Yeah.
Go away. And who are you exactly? It wouldn't even just have to be the lighting guys. It could be the audio guys. Go their way around a multimeter. What was I trying to get?
Yes, what are your hobby plans today? Continuing to work on the big fellas?
I think so, yeah. I think that's what I was trying to get, was I was getting this soft thing, because actually the texture palette, it turns out, is really not a great thing to have as your background if you're painting minis like I am without a handle, because it just means you keep putting it down on something that intentionally has a rough surface, like sandpaper, and you just scratch the paint off. Paint mixer does not in fact cover, but it does mix the paint. Well, it goes a little bit, but and what are you painting there? What is that thing? I can't see it.
This is Tabura.
Oh, this is Tibbs. There you go. Oh yeah, grenade launcher equipped. Some reason from above it didn't Okay, it's your painting handle
it's blurring
being
into the painting
in the
handle 'cause
painting
I
handle, and
sprayed it
I-
on the painting
yeah,
handle.
and I was just confusing the hell out of me. It was like, what is that with the square? Like, it's either it's got a square outline or a square base. That makes a lot more sense. I'm supposed to spray it on the painting handle, you slacker.
Well, because I'm only doing one at a time.
I mean, partly because if you sprayed it on the painting handle, it means you also sprayed it on your hand. Let's be real.
I wear a glove. I'm not a barbarian.
Ah, yes. The professional surface. And what have chat been painting?
Deathwing Terminators. I will be working on some of those today.
Deathwing the game, or what the hell is a Deathwing
Win.
Terminator? Do they have wings?
The death. Some of them do. The Deathwing are the first company of the Dark Angels.
Inventive name. I like it.
And it derives from different factions they had within the Legion during the Great Crusade. They used to have a whole bunch of wings, and they've only got the Deathwing and the Raven Wing left.
Oh god, man, I hate to think what the other names might have been. They've run out of the only two really easy ones.
I think one of them was like the Fire Wing or something. I can't remember the others.
Apologise, Dark Angel players, I'm only mocking you a little bit. Iron Wing, Fire Wing, Dread Wing, Storm Wing, Raven Wing, and Death Wing. Yeah. Pretty sure at least two of those are World of Warcraft bosses. Why are we isolating the Dark Angels in this special bunch discussion? Out of the weird culty humans, those ones are particularly weird and culty.
Well, a lot of the legions had some kind of weird cult structure.
Yep. Which is somehow not heretical. But then you go and put the word Gene Stealer in front of your name, and heresy.
Well, I'm sure if any of the legions had Gene Stealer cults within them, well, that might have been why one of them was erased from the records.
Yeah, that one didn't exist. Shush, buddy. And there we answer the question. Does a few hours of soldering before you start painting fix the shakes? Yes, it does. Warms you up as if you've been painting. Dark Angels are the moody emo character. But what about the Blood Angels?
Yeah, the Blood Angels do have two special designations for when they become really angry about their dad dying.
You know what I mean? But you can, Drake. You can drink blood.
It's not recommended.
But I'm just saying, it's like on the moody scale, drinking blood, pretty high up there. You can have as pale skin as you like and the long black hair, but unless you're drinking the blood too, you're not really selling the bit.
At the very least, you need a nice red wine so that when people look at you drink it, they wonder.
It's cunning, but it might just work.
Oh yes, how's the RimWorld going?
I mean, I'm wary to say it, but relatively well at the moment.
That good, huh?
Well, it's just, you know, slight suspicion that if Cass hears me saying, yeah, it's all going fine, that's the end of the run, you know? I believe that's how that goes down. We're progressing. We've just got to the point where I can age reverse people. So, and then remember the age reversal is you only reverse 1 year for each time they're in it. So solving the lifespan problem of these guys is gonna take some work because holding them at a certain age, easy enough. Reversing their age, some time spent.
How long do they have to rejuvenate?
They're in it for 4 days. So
Oh.
4 days for everyone, and there's 60 days in a year. So technically, you can reverse. What's that? 15 years in 1 year.
That's a long time to have them out of commission.
Yeah, and given I'm dealing with people that are like 67, 15 years is like, that's the sort of numbers we're talking. Minimum. So yeah, gonna be interesting. But the base is progressing okay. We're living underground quite nice. Lots of children. Which is fairly new for me. I've done it once before in the original Macintosh run. There was a child right at the end that never fully grew up before getting murdered by Scythers in the final battle.
Isn't this just the plot of that Robin Williams movie, Hook?
So yeah, the kiddos and stuff. It's kind of fun. I'm enjoying seeing how it's been implemented into RimWorld. It's been done pretty well, to be honest. They are quite endearing.
So are you playing with the content from the new
Yes.
patch?
Yeah, I just
But,
also not really. Yeah.
I was going to ask you how you're finding it so far, but I guess you haven't run into too much of it.
There's bits and bobs here and there, but it's all the really minor stuff. The whole thing was about you can now build ships that can fly around, grav ships, and I haven't experimented with that at all yet. Technically, I have the mission there, but yes, like the mission that starts that whole thing.
Yeah, I thought I saw some things about flying spaceships around.
Yeah, you could basically make mini bases either as your actual base or as like just little craft that you send out to do stuff. And they fly, and otherwise they're a base, but with with requirements about vacuum sealing and space being at a massive premium. Really got to pack things in tight. But I initially, at least, plan to just make a raiding vessel, so that when I want to go and beat up nearby people, we can all jump in our spaceship.
Fair.
Go and land in their backyard, stick some turrets on it, and be like, "Yo, we're here, fools. I brought turrets to you this time." Looking forward to it, but at the moment, still wrapped up in trying to make sure that weird vampire race survives before we get into spaceship shenanigans and raiding other people. These guys are a bit of a pain in the ass, if I'm being honest with you. Exceptionally good in melee combat, but a pain in the backside.
Yeah, I saw your guy leaping around the place.
Yeah, for melee folk, that is incredibly strong. back in 2 seconds. I did not refresh my water from last week, and well, to put this
Gone all
simply,
funky.
it tastes strange.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thanks for the sub.
Fucking ow.
It was hard water, was it?
Yeah. Caltropping my house. Stepped on something, yes. The
Oh,
prong protector for a British plug, which I now know is almost as bad as actually stepping on the plug itself.
yeah, checks out.
Except it has the advantages of being essentially invisible in the dark. Because it's transparent. You mean those plugs are... British plugs are amazing. Like, how could you not like that designed to land that way up? Then caltrop your feet. This is why you never see any footage on those crime shows of British cops using stingers on cars. We don't need to. We just take a extension cord out with us.
Good.
That burr.
Yep. A little bit of rice burn. A little bit of a dry brush of the teas. A little bit.
Oh, I can guarantee you it's gnarly if you step down on it too hard accidentally. As can most British people. There's very few people in this country that haven't accidentally at some point stepped on a plug-in like. It is really, 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 really painful, as you might expect.
I mean, I was going to say one of the disadvantages of the UK type plugs is they're so big and bulky, but because they're so big and bulky, they're probably slightly less likely to penetrate than if you had smaller.
Yes, yeah, the big prongs are actually like, you don't often see someone with one of them actually stuck in their foot because you've got those 3 prongs, they're almost the same length and they're chunky, so it tends not to actually penetrate. It's not to end up in you, yeah. A charity band gig this weekend. That's why I was making cables earlier.
Oh. Yeah. Nobody saw that.
Including me having to do all the blooming audio for it. So this will be interesting. I'm not supposed to actually watch the stream, Eisen. Come on now, that's cheating.
Red shade first. Do metallics.
Nah, Lego is not as bad. Trust me, I've stepped on plenty of Lego. Lego is not as bad. It's too small.
If you really want to prank your friends, you buy their kids a bag of D4s for Christmas. Bag of 100 D4s.
Oh, that's nasty. I like it. I've done some pretty good. I mean, I've done some pretty good. Like, you don't realize this is a trap yet. Presents for my nephews and nieces over the years. But I like that one because they won't get it initially. Actual caltrops are cheaper. I'm not sure that's true. If nothing else, I'm not sure I know where to go and buy actual caltrops. I don't think you're okay to just sell those. I can't go down to the local hardware store for some caltrops.
I mean, you could probably find a pretty decent caltrop substitute at the hardware store.
Well, but that's not the same thing, is it? Really? That's cheap. $14 for 50 caltrops from Amazon. What? Well, take into account that's in the US. I assume.
Well, yes, in the UK, you may run afoul of strange anti-ninja laws.
Yep, we have some strange anti-ninja laws. No, this is not a joke. I think we've got off topic here. I'm really not sure that giving niece, nephew, etc. a bag of 50 caltrops is gonna go like undercover. I think some questions might be asked. Roofing tax? I think the same deal.
What if they're really into roofing?
I don't know, but maybe then it's okay. Do you know many people really into roofing?
Well, they tend to be a secretive bunch.
Oh yeah, this dude now has a friend as well. Hey look, there's another one. Except this time. For him.
The Hive Torrent.
Yeah, proper ground-based one. I have a winged at the moment, and not only that, but I've got a full melee winged, which is not very useful.
Are you still planning on doing Mr. I-Beam like in the game?
Yes. That could be pretty cool, to be honest. I hadn't thought about it with that one, but yeah, it would be a pretty good candidate. In which case, in which case I need to not build the one I just pointed out. Because that guy's got a venom cannon, and if he'd had a venom cannon, we would have been in trouble. I mean, from a tabletop perspective, he's not particularly good. Partly because Tyranids don't really have anything to put him with in that role.
As a flying melee.
Yeah. There's no one for him to lead. He ends up being a solo agent because there is no sensible group to put with him. The Hive Tyrant was a weird one in that this guy I bought for £18 from a random local game store in Chatham that I was at for a game meeting up with some folks from Armco. And while we were there, the store owners were going through their stock for a fair the next day where they were getting rid of a whole bunch of stuff that they'd had traded in and so on. So while we were playing our game, they were sitting next to us pricing up all of this various stuff that was like, yeah, it's got no boxes or manual, but otherwise complete, etc. And so it just meant that I sat through that whole game sort of semi-listening in and ended up coming back with a whole bunch of stuff because a lot of it was really cheap. But this guy was pre-assembled. I managed to break one of his wings off to make him slightly easier to hold. Now I'm holding him with my left hand, so I managed to get the left wing off, but this one's quite well attached, and I don't want to try. And I wasn't the one that glued him together or decided what weapons he had. I just got him cheap. To put it into perspective, like, this one that I just bought, he was like £56 for a local hobby store actual price when they're fully boxed. You can't really magnetize between the flying and the ground, but I could magnetize weapons, yeah. So we've got these two. Build him as a swarm lord as well.
Get some orange.
Yeah, I think that could work as a colour scheme. Getting there. And then on his back, the interesting part will be the wings as opposed to the body. The only bit I'm not really sure about, and I might have to just try and leave them a bit like they are to try and hide them, is my hated part of this model. The nipple claws that the Hive Tyrant has.
Oh. Talking about, that's the best feature.
They're like claw udders. It's like, why did you put those there? What? No. Why claw udders?
That way, when all its arms get chopped off, it can still rake its chest against people.
Come give you a hug with no arms.
Yeah. The chest bump of death.
You missed. Oh, low in. Should surely be to utterly claw things.
Got some lovely orange.
Is it lovely though? Or is it a pain
It
in
is.
the ass? A lot of my oranges can be a bit yellow-like at times.
I'm pretty happy with my orange recipe. I don't like the yellow that has to go on underneath it, but I like the effect once it's done.
There we see. He is susceptible to the same problem. In-universe panning is entirely allowed. Encourage even. The name of the Emperor.
Jimmy Space.
Jimmy Space, he likes a pun like the rest of them. And it gives him a good old wheeze in his weird space casket. Whatever that is. Does Heresy play any differently to like 40k?
Well, it's got a whole new edition at the moment. So everyone's going on about the rules for it, but I don't. Apparently, in the new version, they split the leadership into like 3 different stats.
seems odd.
I think it's a bit more narrative than 40k. There seem to be like a million different character models for it.
Well, I mean, every last person that's currently dead or ever mentioned in a codex ever can now exist.
And only a third of them are actually available, but do the backpack vents.
Yellow sucks. It's not going as well as the camera makes it look, I promise you. If we zoom in, you'll start to see some flaws, but it's not too bad. I'm trying to decide whether or not I try and go in and just skip a wash completely on it, or whether I wash it down and then try and highlight it back up again. And when I say skip a wash completely, I mean then go in and do the shadows by hand.
Oh, how am I meant to paint that without screwing up everything else?
With care, Mr. Carmack.
Grr.
Sorry. I know how frustrating that is, but your grr is so apt.
It's alright. I got it in time.
Ah, recovery.
The smear of lead belcher that I just left across his, I don't know what you call it, hip plate. Managed to get to it before it dried. Thank the Emperor. What else have we got for italics? Rivets.
You said, baby, I'm not feeling it lately, but I hope we can be friends, don't you? You said maybe if things weren't so crazy, I could love you like I used to do. Then you kissed me goodbye and wished me the best in life. Said you needed some time to figure yourself out, but I knew right there you would come back here any day just to tell
Hey, Shagman.
you regret.
I'm just taking 2 seconds to give the brushes a proper wash because it's been a little while since I actually have.
Oh, Shaq. Welcome to whatever this is.
There's
That'll do for him.
Just to tell me you regret everything you said on the day, 'cause I know that you came.
And you see, for me, although it doesn't really work so well right now because CapEx slightly later because of the daylight savings, etc. But normally for me, this is Tabletop Tuesday with a TWO. You see, better. It's Tuesday, isn't it? Isn't it?
Tabletop Tuesday is when I get distracted by food and go have lunch.
You sound like a man I know. Except for him, it's dinner.
Oh, how are those ribs you were taunting me with last time?
They weren't actually particularly good.
Oh.
However, I have since gone and bought myself a big old rack of ribs and then prepared it myself, and it is in the fridge at the moment, marinating.
Ribs round 2.
Ribs round 2, much larger boogaloo, and it smells pretty good.
I just doing everything out of order?
Probably.
It's too eager to get to the metallic. I should have highlighted the reds first. I don't know if priming in the office is a good idea.
Hey, I did that with the Dreadnought the other night. As I got partway through, I was just like, it's all wrong, prime it again. And then, even better, having done that, I then went partway through painting it. I know this thing needs battle damage, and cut a whole bunch of holes in it, and then had to prime it again. Primed 3 times. Still only this far.
So next step is to decide you don't like the battle damage anymore, fill all the gaps, and then pre-prime it.
Maybe. I think his battle damage is pretty good. I like the big slash across his face. No, then the next step is going to be difficulty in getting that battle damage to look right.
Deceptively tricky getting battle damage to look right on miniatures.
The truck hasn't been touched yet. The decision at the moment is I've got a number of minis that are in partial state of painting. Because for various reasons, you know, I got bored, I got distracted from them, whatever. They're getting painted before I do anything more. So it's this guy, it is this dude, and it is this dude. These 3 need finishing. Then I'm allowed to go on something else.
Yeah, I'm trying to do some of that at the moment. Do I do an iron color for the iron sights?
So yeah, the truck is sitting aside. Once those 3 are done, I will pick what's going to come next, and it'll probably be either the truck or Crazy Dragon Dude. Or this guy. What we're going to do right now. He's going to be fun. And also a nightmare. I can't help but find that those 2 things are sort of synonymous in painting world. I don't know. I enjoyed Space Marine Challenge because it was a push to do stuff in a way that you had to be fast. So the real question is, what do we do next? Some thoughts I had was we could sort of work our way through model types, or we could work our way through each other's models. Because at the end of that, you'd end up with a full Space Marine group, right? You'd end up with the 3 models necessary to have a full, sort of Space Marine 2 Space Marine party.
Oh, okay. So do some of the other characters. And the problem with that is I don't have. Man, it's expensive. Because my first thought when we did that other one was to do my sword and board fella. And those guys cost a fortune.
Only because they're a squad. The part of the problem with
Well,
that
yeah, but
model
that's-
is it's part of a set. So can you not get the model individually second
Well,
hand or something? Maybe off I don't know how big eBay is.
maybe.
And
I was thinking more like we should do some kind of like trying to paint in a specific style challenge. Like do like a cell shaded style or something like that.
Grimdark. A cel-shaded style, also known as just edge highlight everything in black. Entire model, edge highlighted back. I'm not sure I'm up for cel shading.
Do we? Would you rather do paint a whole Space Marine in non-metallic metal?
I mean, I'd like to learn how to do that at some point.
I gotta do the back of his storm bolter. Oh, that's right. One of my ideas was to do a paint something Sin City style, but like black and white with like one accent.
Oh
color.
yeah, with a single accent color. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that.
That could be pretty
That's
fun.
come up before, and I'm actually quite down for that one. We could also maybe escape our comfort zone and paint something from a different game.
Well, I do have a bunch of pirates here that I'm going to have to do something with at some point.
I'm not sure we can base this entirely off models that Capac already happens to have.
I don't know. I got a lot of random bits and pieces lying around. Yeah, I don't know about Trench Crusade.
Oh, here's one. Oh, I like
Trench
this.
Crusade's a bit too real life religious shenanigans for me.
I like this.
What
a
have you
lot.
got?
We need to paint ourselves a standard, a regimental standard. It's a 2D
Oh,
painting
dear.
channel. Practice some freehand and some fine lining, etc. So it doesn't matter who it's for, what unit it's for, but like, yeah, make a banner.
Well, I mean, Capex Commandos should have a banner under which to fight.
You know what I mean? That'd be a fun one because it's got a little bit of kit bashing stuff to it, and then the rest is just all freehand challenge, which is not necessarily going to go great. I've done very little of that sort of thing, but that's why it's a good challenge.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think the most complicated freehand stuff that I've done is some basic patterns like those flames that I did on my guy for the last challenge.
Yeah, and like checker pattern stuff for me, and you know, I've done that like very basic Armco logo twice now, but it is very basic. Like, would not count for a banner by any means. It's the sort of thing that's sort of taking the place of a chapter symbol. You know what I mean? Super straightforward.
Well, that sounds like what you were talking about before. The most fun things being the most terrifying.
Yep.
Do we go straight in at mini scale, or do we try to do like a large format one first and then try to scale it down?
I don't know.
So when you say
Right.
large format, what do you mean?
Should I bust out my easel?
No, I think we go straight mini scale. No fucking easels. Get out of here. No, I need a chance. But no, I mean, I just, yeah, I'd be down for that. And it's also the sort of thing where I'd feel more comfortable doing it if I had some company. Then, you know, misery does love company, and that way, there's two people suffering through the same thing.
Fair. Yeah, that sounds like a bit of fun. Are we going to plan and execute on the stream, or are we going to plan ahead of time and bring design ideas to the table?
I think, I think it's the sort of thing you could think about, because obviously there's no way of preventing that, really. It's going to happen anyway. But having something drawn down, no. Mental image only.
Interesting.
And I will probably try and do a Armco chapter banner sort of thing, because the other factions I collect, I mean, Tyranids ain't gonna have a banner.
I don't know, they might evolve a banner.
Well, Deathleap has evolved himself that skirt, so, well, it's cape, whatever you want to call it, so maybe. You never know. There's a lot of them about. That seems to be the criteria. But no, I was thinking of doing the Armco one, because, yeah. And then the other option being Orcs, and I feel like that might be cheating. Because for an orc banner to look right, pretty much anything goes.
Just empty your bits pot onto the workbench. There we go, orc banner.
Crudely right, Orcs was here on it. There you go. Done. Extra points if you gold leaf your miniature banner, definitely.
Oh. Gold leaf can be a bit tricky to work with.
No,
I
goes
think I
over
watched
there. Sorry.
I think I watched a YouTube video or two of people trying to use gold leaf for minis.
I can't imagine that goes well or is very easy or lasts long.
Well, I think if you could sort of do it like layering Bans furs, like
Yeah.
put down a layer of gold, then do some gloss varnish over the top.
I don't think you'd have to do it like that, to be honest. Otherwise, it's not lasting very long on anything that's getting handled.
Yeah, I'll probably do a Capex Commandos banner.
So I need to get and figure out a banner carrier. Banner bearer.
Yes, I also... what's the... Oh, my pirate.
Sounds like an ex-pirate. Dead. Dead as a dodo.
See, we've got the command squad. They got a big fancy banner. Oh, it's pre-molded banner. That's not what I want.
Oh, this guy's cheating. Here's me thinking about maybe soaking some paper towel in some super glue, going for the sort of almost papier-mâché approach, or whether I'm going to try and melt some plastic card with the heat gun. And meanwhile, Kabak's like, oh, can I find someone who's already got a banner? Cheating, cheating, cheating.
Hey, the thing is the free hands, not the mini itself.
I will be back in one moment, Mr. Kabak.
Hmm. No, they don't have a banner.
Who's got free hands? I'll take a third.
Have to do some research.
I'm wondering about what to put on the banner. It's got to be suitably Space Marine-y and thus covered in frilly stuff. Got to be skulls and seals everywhere.
Any other aquatic mammals?
You got to have a big gold border. Well, or maybe not gold. Could be skulls again.
Skull border. I'm thinking some kind of event.
Oh, interesting.
Maybe a depiction of some scene from the regiment's history.
Or I could go super meta with it and paint a picture of the a depiction of the chapter master defeating a gene stealer in battle. The chapter master being me, so it would be the model that I just painted.
Yeah, the way you just described that sounds like the artworks from RimWorld.
That was probably because I've been playing too much RimWorld recently. In the distance are 4 sailors. The overall feeling is grimdark. Overall feeling of the composition.
This excellent quality bed features a carving of an emu staring wistfully into the distance. It conveys a message of solidarity.
This artwork is a reference to a storm from 2207 on. You're like, what? Why do you remember that? In my current colony, I'm just like, all right, oh look, you can make statues now. That would be cool because that's blatantly going to come up as like, it's going to be one of your colonists. That'd be kind of funky, kind of cool. You know, click the thing and it takes ages to make one, and then it pops up. And what have they made? They made one of our prisoners that doesn't have any legs.
One never knows how or when or why inspiration might strike. Rivets for days.
I'm doing a tango.
Now these Terminators have a bunch of studs on their power fists.
That's exactly what I was trying to nail, the fool. It is going with a natural effect for how camo might have developed and what warning signs might be given. So yes, the yellow jacket is definitely some of the inspiration. Not specifically yellow jacket, but shithead flying thing with a stinger. In my case, hornets. Tree hornets. They live at the top of the trees, and my room is at the top of tree height. And they're not very intelligent. And apparently they can remember you, which is good, because that finally justifies what I've been saying all along, is that, like, if I'm going to strike, that strike is going to be decisive. Otherwise, you don't even try. I mean, true, the fool, but then with the tree hornets, you get the advantage that generally they have no interest in bothering you, and they don't live in your habitat. Like, they want to be at top of trees, they just sometimes get confused by lights at tree height. Which is fair. I also get confused by lights at tree height. Probably a UFO.
I don't know. Sounds like a convenient excuse to me. I sometimes get confused by all the food on the menu.
I'm not sure I even sometimes get confused by all the food on the menu. I just do. Too much stuff. Too much choice. Paralysis. Well, these bugs certainly do. But yeah, the color scheme is the scheme of Highfleet Jormungandr. Jormungandr. And I've just chosen to mix up their yellow and black. And I decided I'd mix it up a bit and make it yellow and this sort of fleshy dark red. Well, sort of reddy purple. I hate yellow. It is the worst color.
Well, lamenters need something to lament about. So,
The full, though, what you have described is basically all Tyranid models. Unless you're talking about the Gaunt or some of like the really, really big, slightly derpy stuff. Every other model is do not want to meet in a dark alley. Or even a light alley. Or even just the main street.
Do not meet.
Yeah.
Do not meet lest you be meat.
For example, look at this friendly dude. Fun. Like a praying mantis. Well, the Rippers being almost cute is why I'm saying it does. Like this, as soon as you get down to Gaunt or smaller, it sort of falls apart. And then they just look like potentially the antagonists in like a 80s cheesy kids sci-fi movie.
I'm going to paint this guy's power sword. Starting to look the part at least.
Ah, yes. Make Kabak paint tiny little swarms of termagants.
I've got some.
I suspect it'll be better than painting their full-size counterparts. It's just like, yeah, cool. My army has got 80 termagants in it. Just what I always wanted.
Got at least 6 of them assembled and a whole bunch still on the sprues.
I only Gene Stealers and Termagants I own from my original 90s army, my 3rd Ed army. The modern one is all big dudes, all monsters, or large infantry. More fun to paint. Arguably better on the tabletop as well.
We need some purple.
Oh, Eva.
Microscopic Tyranids, they don't, they haven't made them in the new epic scale. So all of that stuff is in 30k, not 40k, so Tyranids don't exist yet. Of course, they haven't done any of the other Xenos factions either.
Well, Xenos factions don't pay the bills.
Evidently not.
If I actually get out all my old NIDs, we'll have a proper swarm on the table. I need to work out. I need to get them out, see what state they're in. We need to do that one night. See, get them out, see what state they're in, see what I actually have left and what I can still assemble. Because I bet you there's still, even by modern day standards, like 6,000 points there.
It's a lot of NIDs.
I mean, I had 80 Gene Stealers. Three Carnifexes, which when they were individual units. 4 Hive Tyrants. And then just so much rank and file and chaff. So I think it ends up being worth a lot anyway. Because that's all they had. Oh, and tons of Tyranid Warriors. It would be massively different price-wise, because Tyranids used to come in a box of 20. I bet you they don't now. Or when the default squad size is 6. But then what they've done, you couldn't physically fit the same number of models on the table anymore. You did just say Terminators, and I was wondering about the whole Helldivers in 40k thing and thinking, hell, I don't think they'd last particularly long. At least not. I think Warriors always did come in boxes of 3. Might have been 5, but it was never more than that. Yeah, Helldivers is just God, but they actually use their spaceships for stuff.
But also they think they can solve every problem by sending down a 4-man squad.
Ironically, I can see Helldivers working as a board game. That's a fairly straightforward conversion.
Dokey. Had to burrow dry for a bit. See, I was thinking about something the other day that I could paint up that's a bit different.
Oh, yes?
I was thinking about painting up the little plastic ships in my Battlestar Galactica board game.
Yes, I'm sorry sad that was one of the few people I know that actually play that. Unfortunately, finding people to play that game is a little difficult because it takes forever. To put it simply. I mean, I've got a few stuff. I've painted up some stuff from the Dark Souls board game I've got, for example. I do occasionally paint the game ease. It does, I will warn you, give you a bit of extra respect / make you miss painting on actual model plastic.
Yeah, I do want to.
It's
go in
not
and-
without its problems.
I want to paint the minis from. I got the Slay the Spire board game, and yeah, they're not. They're not mini quality minis.
No, you and you're going to struggle because then the definition's not there to work with.
Get some.
Oh man, is there any color worse than yellow? I don't think there is.
Slightly yellower shade of yellow.
A slightly different paint that's even less pigmented. Yeah, I tried that, Eva, and I couldn't. It didn't help. I'm starting to think that the best base coat you can give yellow, and the best way you can approach yellow, is that you
Don't.
prime. Assuming that don't is not an option. You prime with like a bone white, and then the first color you paint is yellow. But maybe I am expecting too much. Oh, actually, that's true. I haven't hassled Capac this week about actually playing some 40k. Hey, Capac.
Huh? I'm sorry, I don't know what 40k is.
He's oblivious. Feigns ignorance.
Well, the picture told me that ignorance is strength.
Something like that, yeah. Not the exact words I'd use. I use my ignorance as a shield. Protect me from bad men like Mr. Kabak.
It's fair.
Preaching his false truths.
Sorcery's not that bad, I promise.
Actually, weirdly, I got no problem with the sorcery. It's kind of okay. I'm not gonna lie, I think the whole sorcery thing might be quite interesting to the hive mind. Might earn myself some hive mind brownie points. Dibs on the next mutation.
Like Tyranids didn't like demons because they had no biomass.
Well, that's demons. The psychic side of things, however, you could provide some tasty individuals. It's a bit like a buffet service, really. You don't eat the chef. Just what he makes.
So the hive mind hires Ahriman to cook them up some breakfast.
Maybe that's where Bile's gone. Part of the hive mind now.
Oh, you shouldn't say things like that.
Why is that?
That's the kind of thing that you say that then summons a new refresh of the Tyranids, where one of the hive fleets has consumed Fabius Bile and absorbed all his knowledge about engineering space marines, and now has their own space marines.
Oh God. No, I take it back. I take it back. Make him a chaos god instead, for pure irony. I imagine even if a Nid eats an Nurgle Marine, you kind of get a bit of an upset belly from that. That can't be good for your digestive system.
Gotta try to get in there, try to get that belt.
One can only assume this is the case. Oh, isn't.
think all those Hive Guard have already succumbed to the Black Rage.
Thank you, Dickory. I'm getting there. It's slow because I used yellow again. So 2 thin coats is not the correct mantra. In fact, what we're talking about here is about 7 thin coats.
17 thin coats.
It's fine. It just means that I know this is going to end up having to be oil washed rather than normal wash, because the normal wash over big areas like this on the yellow just does not work. That's not a thing. Put some null oil on that. Put some null oil on that. Be prepared to just repaint it.
Alright, get some of this toxic sludge. And drip it all over the place. I just painted that.
And drip it all over the place, I believe he said.
Yeah, Stipple That Group sounds like a good name for a painting channel. Ah, my toothpicks.
A lot of things overboard tonight, Mr. Kavak.
Yeah, I kind of changed a few things and it's thrown me off.
I mean, harassing Kavak is, I believe, a requirement. It's in his Twitch contract.
I'll never get anything done. Well, don't bother me about it. The whole reason I started these streams.
Well, and now you're stuck with me as well, so you got sort of an extra external force.
Extra layers of harassment.
But it's painting day. Where's Kavak? I very much appreciate the joining you on these. It's definitely helped keep me in a bit more of a painting routine as well, and that
That's half the battle right there.
makes a big difference. And I can feel when I've been away from it for a bit. You know, miss a couple of sessions around Armski or something like that, and I come back afterwards and I'm like, oh my god. I have absolutely control over what I'm doing. My spidey senses detect secret snacking.
What? Oh, me.
Strange crunching noises.
Oh, that was just me knocking over a striking scorpion.
Oh, was that the noise? Okay. Apparently, there's your Foley. Striking scorpion falling over. Sound of someone eating a nut.
I mean, I do know a shop nearby that sells scorpions for human consumption.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not real big on arthropods. Maybe if it was big enough so you could get some decent meat out of it.
I just maintain with the mindset of why. That has some very strong why vibes.
Oh, I just don't want a mouthful of chitin. Chitin?
Chitin.
Chitin?
Chitin. Freak.
Keep forgetting to do the Terminator tusks.
It's that crunchy scorpion again. Is back.
I'm surprised you're picking that up. That's when I'm putting down the putting these guys back down on the light hood thing that the amble is spinning around in. Didn't think it was that noisy.
It might not be. I've become quite sensitive to those noises, if that makes sense. Like the noises that are not supposed to be there. Like that one. Oh, it's so much yellow.
That is indeed looking very yellow.
Yeah, and then you turn him around and it's like, oh wait. Get fucked, you did it to yourself. Screw you, Rebel. And you're right, I did do it to myself. I did it because yellow to red or yellow to black is like one of the starkest contrasts you can pull off with paint. And I like that like heavy contrast, like quite aggressive pop look. So yes. To the extent that it's causing me a problem, because I need to decide what color this thing's horns and so on are, and I don't want to make them too bright. We might go for more of this color, because it's relatively bright, but I don't feel like it detracts from the yellow, because it's quite a blue gray.
What's up? Thanks for the sub. Yeah, the camera setup's not great at the moment. Alright, one day I'll be a famous painter and I'll be able to afford any camera I want. I'm sure. Let's get some orange wash. Oh.
Meanwhile, my camera's doing a pretty damn good job of getting accurate color this evening. Wow. I think I've got it on a different mode and its frame rate isn't as good. But its color accuracy has gone through the roof. To be honest, Cavak setup's also not bad. There are far worse paint streaming setups out there.
And ironically, at the moment, I think my best camera for what I'm doing is the one that's pointed at the turntable, but getting it in a position where I can paint while that camera looks at it is a bit difficult. It has to be really close to the subject.
Yeah, the setup I'm using in order to get this camera where it is, because but just for stream's perspective, you are. There you go. I'll do it with this arm. You are pretty much exactly from elbow to tip of hand length away from the desk. So what's that? Less than 2 feet? So to hang a camera in this like weird angled position up here, that took a while of experimenting. And what I've ended up with is like I've got a overhead rig that clamps on the desk. So there's two uprights, left and right, that clamp on the desk, that suspend a pole between them. And then onto that pole, I've got this absolutely enormous, those little magic arms you get that have a little, there are two different arms and then they have a tightening ball. Hang on. I got that.
Yeah, this is how close this camera would have to be. Yeah, and yes, focus.
Ah, I see. We're talking like just a high quality webcam.
So this is actually a
Action cam.
no, this is a Reality Nebula camera. This is a USB camera you're meant to stick inside your 3D printer, so you can
Oh,
view
what
your 3D
the
printers
fuck? Dude, why is that the best? Dude! the anger.
It's actually not a bad little camera, but it has to be real close. And it was really cheap. And I could try to paint this. But I'm gonna bump the camera with the painting stand. It's gonna be so close. But the other problem with this is because my light's coming from above, and this camera's so small, the only position I can have it in is underneath, looking up at the miniature, which is not optimal. If I can mount it on my head, it might work. Even then, it's like so far away.
That camera is not designed for what you're using it for. So yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's
Yeah,
very
none of these
good for
cameras
your little spinny table, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, it works well for that.
We need to lighten up this purple bit.
Okay, so just to give a comparison, meanwhile.
Damn it.
Well, the spinning table camera will look perfect because it's doing what it was designed to do: is watch something on a table from close distance. Because he's nicked it out of his 3D printer. Or did you buy it independently?
I bought the. I don't have a 3D. I bought
What?
the camera on its own, but it was very cheap.
It better have been, given that you still using web cameras alone, blooming action cameras as your other cameras, but no, spending money on the spinny table camera. I will be back in one moment. I need to check what time I need to put my dinner in this evening. Don't get distracted by food.
How rude.
And I think you'll find that it is indeed dinner time, or will be in about an hour. Having checked the various timers. This is why I have my own time zone.
WST.
WVT. You were so close. The problem, as a hint, was the word standard.
Ah.
So WVT is wasted variable time.
Makes sense.
So what time is it in WVT? Can someone do an uptime for me? I have no easy access to keyboard. It's 3:13 in the morning. Well, if you're going to bed at 4 o'clock, it is dinner time. People sometimes work night shifts. Tonight I am working night shift. Partly due to a certain individual. And partly due to me.
I deny any and all responsibility.
This is fair. Because the reality is, at the moment, even if Kabak wasn't around, I'd be playing RimWorld. I'd be getting carried away and would be live still anyway.
Yeah, this is probably a little more relaxing before going to bed than RimWorld vampire shenanigans, I imagine.
Somewhat, yeah. But no, it'll end with So the plan is fairly simple. I wait for the oven to warm up. I put my dinner in the oven, and then I end stream. You know, we tactically time stream to end, or I tactically time stream to end to when dinner is basically ready, and then I can end stream and spend an hour having some food and watching something, and then I go to bed after that. Watch some trash that melts the brain.
Any particular trash at the moment?
Right now, actually, I'm not watching anything really series-wise. At the moment, I'm like just jumping around through YouTube videos. I'm watching a bit of like science stuff. I'm watching some car content randomly. not normally stuff I'd watch, but right now I'm just randomly watching some car stuff. And then little bit of John Oliver.
Yeah. I've been rewatching the Pirates of the Caribbean films.
Yeah, I think I might do some rewatching in the near future. I've been there seems to be a bit of a trend on social media at the moment of like posting fucking clout grabbing, like, what's this movie, or this movie was amazing, and then there's just a clip of something. But it's got me wanting to watch a couple of older series of movies, you know, like the Pirates of the Caribbean stuff, because Pirates of the Caribbean, say what you like, that is good entertainment, especially the first couple.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I've seen the first three, but I haven't watched them since, you know, when they came out. But I haven't seen any of the later ones, although I've heard they're not as...
Not really, no. It's kind of 1, 2, 3, and even 3 is like sort of starting to stretch it a bit. But for those 3, that's some pretty fantastic entertainment, and they stand up 100%.
Oh, yeah, I did see Superman. Superman was quite good.
Superman, I managed to get to the point for me where I was tired of hearing about it before it had even released. I was just already bored with the entire thing.
I thought it was quite good, but the fact that I was just reminded that I'd seen it when I only saw it on, I think I saw it on Saturday night. It's good, but it's not
Memorable.
Yeah, particularly memorable, it seems. I think it's a good foundation for them to build on for their new DC universe. So I'm happy to wait and see where it goes. Then I'm looking forward to seeing if Fantastic Four is a disaster.
It looks like it might be.
I mean, even with everything else set aside, it's following a pretty horrible track record of adaptations.
It's following a horrible track record of adaptations, and I'm just not down with the cast. Yeah, okay. I get that certain people are hot right now, but why?
Oh, but speaking of rewatching some old media, how do you feel about a RoboCop?
I mean, RoboCop's quality old school entertainment. What's there to say?
Well, I was playing the RoboCop Rogue City game on stream on Thursday night, and it is
I've heard
quite
some good
fun.
stuff about that. Yeah.
I went in thinking it was just going to be like a corridor shooter.
No, I've
RoboCop about
heard it
and
was
shoot
done
people.
pretty well. It struggled on launch because it had a few issues, so it ran into that problem where like was not particularly big franchise as far as draw is concerned, and then the initial reviews were quite poor, so it never really got much attention. But what I've heard is that they actually did fix those issues, and what they've got now is pretty solid.
It is. It does still have one of those issues. It is quite expensive.
What does quite expensive mean?
I think the game is 70 something Australian dollars. And it's got a new, I thought it was DLC, but apparently it's a standalone sequel or standalone extension. I'm not entirely sure.
The hell?
But it's like $50.
Alright, that just sounds like trying to make some more money. After they bummed the launch but got some better press later down the line. Release a different title under the same name. See if we can... Yeah.
I'm hesitant to judge it too harshly until I've played more of the game to see if it's worth that kind of price, but I am really enjoying it so far. It absolutely nails the 80s future aesthetic.
Nice.
And I was very surprised when the game was like, okay, go on your regular beat and walk the streets and solve crimes. I went around issuing parking tickets, solving murders, investigating drug rings.
Standard day then. Usual Capac activities.
Yeah, pretty much.
Game is on sale for 90% off. Rogue City is $5 right now.
What?
Oh, Capac's man.
No, there's somebody actually gifted me a copy. When I checked it a couple of days ago, it wasn't on sale. But that's a pretty good deal. I would definitely recommend picking it up at that price.
I'll have a look. If it's on sale, I'll give that a go. I am
100%.
definitely an 80s cheesy sci-fi movie fan. And I think we can call RoboCop a sci-fi movie.
Oh yeah, sure.
But my father was, and like direct relatives were definitely not into that sort of thing, but my grandfather was all about it. We used to go around and visit him once a week, and he had a separate room where he just had this massive video collection. It was just all 80s, like, action and sci-fi movies. He loved him some Schwarzenegger. You go and sit in there and watch Commando. While everyone else did what they did.
Well,
Watch a man individually take out 400 people. That is the movie.
My aunt apparently didn't care at all what my cousins got up to, because every time I'd go over and visit them, they'd be talking about how they were watching Terminator and RoboCop and all this kind of stuff that I never even knew existed outside of that.
Yeah, it was a weird dichotomy for me, because this apparently was fine, but I was not allowed to watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles because that was violent.
Too violent?
So, you know, I don't... understand exactly what my parents were trying to do. But a recommendation for a card that's 2 generations old is as recommended as opposed to minimum. Is that a surprise?
I mean, I guess that's kind of a surprise when you look at the
Relative performance.
like the most commonly used graphics card on Steam is like a 1660 or something.
Yeah, true. But that doesn't mean people have to design games for them.
No, but you'd think you'd want to be hitting the biggest possible demographic you could.
Yeah, well, but that comes with the juxtaposition right now of, yeah, you can hit the biggest demographic you can, or you can develop with UE5. Because we are definitely at the point now where, like, I'm watching it happen with a number of people where UE5, if you're running a 20 series or a low-end 30 series or anything prior to that, with maybe the 2080 Ti and 2080 is a slight exception. If you're running like anything 3060, 3070 and below, and you're running like 2070 and below, or anything prior, and you're trying to play UE5 games, you're starting to see a problem. It's arrived. The VRAM thing has surfaced.
What are you talking about? VRAM doesn't make any difference at all.
VRAM and support for the fact that every game these days wants to use like modern DLSS and modern blah 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 blah. Insert technology here. And some of those other cards just don't support it. 1660s, for example, they just don't support any of that stuff. Yeah. Not only do are they not just fake AI frames, you can use that technology for things other than that. Like DLAA, for example, which is just a better version of anti-aliasing, basically. A lot of the time. Not always, but a lot of the time. But we're also at a point where it's very clear that the actual graphics card power and the way people are capable of utilizing it, which I think comes more down to the devs than the manufacturers, has stagnated. The fact that people are still running around with 20s when we're on 50s and 10s when we're on 50s, it is a sign that it's kind of stagnated at the moment. So,
Well, not just that, but the comparisons of power between the most recent graphics cards and the previous generations and how the 50 series isn't as elite from the 40s as the 40s were from the 30s, and the 30s were from the
Well, and
20s.
it's funny you say difference in power, because the other thing that's happened is an efficiency change, where the 40s and the 50s are more efficient than the previous. They use the power demands have gone back down again. With the exception of it's basically 3090 versus 4090. The 4090 actually ends up using less power, and even more so once you go down the stack. So the efficiency is gaining, but what used to be the case with graphics card progression was used to be you would have a two-step process where you would have a new generation of hardware would come out, and that would make a significant jump forwards, but it would be very inefficient. And then you'd have a generation of hardware would come out that was the efficiency stage of that new one that ran at higher clocks and cooler. Yeah, but you got to remember, Rook, that the 4080 is a slight standout in that the only thing that was said in its positive factor when that card first released, and the same to some extent carries through to the 4080 Super, was that they were very power efficient. Like, that particular card is good for it. The other one's less so.
Oh, this is a horrible idea. Who sculpted this? So, the grenade launcher has like a big revolving cylinder,
Yep.
and they sculpted an Aquila on the side of the cylinder.
And
Which
what's your
means that you'd have to design the weapon to have a special channel to allow for the Aquila embossed on the side of the cylinder.
But that weapon doesn't actually need to rotate, Gamek. The Emperor's will. How is it? It's merely another example there's not that much difference between an Orc and a Space Marine. Orcs believe in what they want. Space Marines believe in a dude that then enables them to do what they want. Good night, Dragonbox. Alright, I'm going to do the thing. I'm going to go put my dinner in. Oven should be warm by now. Back in a moment.
No worries. Bar weep, grana weep, any bung. I might go back to Noita at some point. Oh, played up. Haven't got that in a while. Might have to do another plate up dream.
Ah, there we go. As it should be. Checked. 1 kilogram of ribs. Let's go.
Oh, that's a good amount of ribs.
Yeah, it is a good amount of ribs. Not including however much weight the marinade added. Marinade sauce. Sauce. Back in Noita. Impossible. I think you'd ever play that again.
Well, I don't know how many games I can rage at once. Maybe I put Noita back in the rotation while Blueprints is in the brig.
That is fair. See, I apparently have this thing that when I'm in a really bad mood, when life is being a bit shit, what I tend to then stream is I'm like, all right then, I'm live. Let's go play one of the games that really pisses me off. Not trying the ribs again. No, this is different ribs. This time I just bought a kilo of ribs. And we'll see how this goes. Did a bit of marinade. Last time round, it was like pre-packaged, pre-marinated, pre-everything. Like open packet, put in oven, wait 25 minutes, then there you go, ribs. They were not amazing. Do you believe?
Yeah, it's funny, that kind of stuff. I've done, when I was doing catering and such things, I saw what it's like working in the commercial kitchens that make that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's hard for me not to see what's going on when the place I go to get some food for lunch when I'm at work that has these like pre-packaged sandwiches, and they changed. They changed like supplier or something. They've all got slightly different ones now in different packaging. And you can watch when they switch to something new like that. The quality starts off good and then slowly deteriorates over time.
Dude, this isn't just with those sort of things though. I've noticed this with far larger shenanigans. So a thing I absolutely swear by, but a great example of is there's a drink called San Pellegrino.
Oh yeah, yep.
I would say about 5 years ago, a little bit before COVID, went from not being a thing into the UK to being introduced to the UK, and they took off big style. Suddenly, I think they'd had water here previously, but nothing else, and suddenly they got soft drinks, and those soft drinks took off big style. Because they were legitimately really quite nice. And then ever since then, the inshitification has been coming as new recipe after new recipe is introduced that's slightly like, oh, now it's, you know, I pay attention to these things because I'm a fucking nerd. Originally, it was with 33% fruit juice. Suddenly, it's 33% fruit juice from concentrate. And so on. And the little slipping. And it's gone from being very, like, it had a lot of flavor and it was quite sharp, which I quite liked. It was quite, had quite a lot of the sourness of citrus to it. And now it's just watery meh.
I should put that on the label. Delicious watery meh.
Used to be delicious, now it's watery meh.
Let's do some washing.
I mean, let's be real. Discord's doing the same thing. I was greeted by some login message today as I'm all something about baubles or gems.
Oh yeah,
or
orbs.
Orbs.
Yep.
Was that it? Okay.
Yep, I saw exactly the same thing when I.
Just like whatever. Discord, go away. You've only just made everyone have stupid little symbols after their names to represent the server they're from, except none of the system actually does that. But it does mean that people need more Discord Nitro subscriptions in order to activate it.
Things got to be a subscription model these days.
I mean, it was always coming with Discord because, I mean, come on now, they were initially completely free, offering no income model at all, no ad. Like, come on.
Yeah, they need some way to pay for it.
We
But
don't live in a world where that stays free because someone's got to fund it. It's got to get money from somewhere. They've just chosen to. I mean, I'm not sure what the right answer was. It's kind of a difficult one. Like, you know, to flip it around, what would you do to?
I mean, clearly the right answer in that kind of situation is to fund your other platforms through your ridiculous ad revenue service, like what Google does. Just have a monopoly
yeah.
on advertising, and you can pay for anything. Easy.
I mean, assuming you're not Google.
Yeah, if you're not Google, you're just out of luck.
But it like I can't completely blame the companies involved with this, because I suspect that, like, Nexus Mods being a great example, I suspect it started with the best intentions. But it doesn't take long before, even if you're providing a good service, you become part of the wallpaper. And why would someone pay money for something they've already got? And then when you try and, I'm using Nexus as an example, when you try and kind of find a way of making this make sense by introducing download speed limits on people that don't have subscriptions, you get hated for it. Some of this is just companies in positions where, even if initially you were being able to survive off of a philanthropic direction, it doesn't last forever. And all you got to do is look at Wikipedia to see that's the case, or Wayback Machine. Two sites that are ubiquitous and fucking required for the internet, and both of them struggle to keep themselves funded.
I was thinking about that kind of thing the other day. Like, in the past, like if there was an orphanage there, it was because some rich person had come along and said, you know what, I'm going to spend some of my money on making an orphanage.
Well, unfortunately, when it comes to that side of things, Mr. Capac, we live in a very different world. For the reasons for why, I cannot answer. All I can tell you is we now live in a place where the idea
Cats and
of
dogs living together. Mass hysteria.
or being eaten, who knows? I don't know what to do. It's like, for every philanthropic organization for every rich person that's trying to do something good, there's a rich person that's trying to do something bad. And for every rich person that's trying to do something good, there is someone out there still trying to frame them as being bad for doing so.
Oh, okay. So I ran into a guy the other day.
You know what I mean? What I'm trying to say is it's got way more complex than that.
So there was this guy, and on the FPOS machine, it had this thing where you could round up to the next dollar to give to charity. And the charity is like, children with cancer or whatever it is, kids in hospital,
Yep.
whatever, one of those kind of things.
Insert charity that is hard to argue with here.
Yeah. So this guy is like, what? I'm not contributing anything to charity. I know that they're all scams. Like, all right, whatever. I really couldn't care less whether you donate or not. And so he says, I know they're all scams because I used to work for one. Okay. We were just ripping off everybody. And what?
So
You didn't have to do that. You could have not done that.
I suspect that he is confusing the word charity for something else. No, I think they can do, May. I think you're right that size can become problematic. But I don't think that's universal either. I not particularly hot take. I think what tends to go wrong with charities is when a charity manages to get themselves, through intent or otherwise, in a political situation. There are some surprisingly big charities that you hear nothing about. And a good number of those do some very good work, because that's kind of why you don't hear anything about them.
And there's charities that somehow keep doing and saying really stupid things and hang around anyway, like Heather.
Yeah, and yeah. It's not, I support a very large charity repeatedly, but it's a charity that when I say their name, a lot of people are just like, who? And if you have heard of them, it's never because there's some controversy or because they've said something dumb. It's because they've been included in some news report about them being on the scene or something like that. You know what I mean? There are some big differences between big charities. Yeah, I'm talking about Medicines on Friday. Yeah.
Right. All oiled up.
Still don't like you. Can't use null oil on this much yellow. How dare?
something I've not tried yet. Got this pale orange wash. I wonder how that would do on yellow. Pretty much all the stuff I've painted yellow, I've washed with Agrax to make it nice and filthy. Some highlight on the red stuff with our precious ruby red. Got a reasonable amount left.
And for the person who asked about YouTube, I'm actively working on it to the extent that while it's not for the main channel, I did render a video this evening and upload it and make a thumbnail for it. Need to do the description and publish. This will be on channel 2. Figured we'll build up some confidence.
What is the nature of said video?
It's actually us.
What?
It's my take on the Pulsar.
On the what now?
On the Pulsar.
Pulsar.
Pulsar series. You recall we played Pulsar together?
I have no memory of this.
No. Okay, good. Well, don't worry about that. That's what it is.
Oh wait, that's the spaceship sim one.
Aha! There we go. He does remember.
There you go. I can remember things
Yes.
sometimes.
Yeah, I've got an enormous number of old series stuff that I'm going to publish on Second Channel. I just need to slowly work my way through them. I decided to start with that because it was there. It was at the top of the list. It was the first I downloaded. My limitation is the download side of things and upload side of things, so yeah. But then we have the current RimWorld series that's going to be edited potentially for main channel. I'm thinking of doing some voiceover, like post voiceover, but for stream content style stuff. You know, cut each hour down to 15 minutes or something thereabouts and give it some post commentary. And then I think I'm set on what we talked about the other night. Not with you, Mr. Kabak, but with Stream, which was I've been frustrated a few times recently that there is a plethora of, at least in the UK, I don't know if it extends elsewhere, but all of the second-hand sites, your eBays, your Amazon, etc., have been taken over by fake versions of real microphones that have everything but the brand name mentioned. The packaging looks perfect, everything about it looks perfect, but the brand name is scrubbed off or modified, and they cost somewhere between 10% and 30% of the original price. And there's a number of these that are like, yeah, but the clones have taken over, and they've taken over in a weird way out of nowhere. Like, they didn't used to be that like this. It used to be that you'd see the odd clone here and there, but suddenly it's arrived with this, just certain brands are just duplicated. Their entire range is just there. And so I think I'm going to buy some. Because in particular, there's a bunch of them that I actually have the real equivalents of.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it could be interesting to do a video just about, okay, here's the clones. How different actually are they? And with that, I also have the ability to do the same, but with some official with some proper manufacturers, because they're at it too. They're doing it in a slightly more official capacity, obviously. But, like, you know, Behringer makes knockoffs of AKG and Shure microphones that are even, like, conveniently named similar enough that you know what you're looking at. I personally own both a C112 and a D112. These are two microphones that do the same thing, made by two different manufacturers. One of them is a clone. So I think it could be interesting to do a big roundup, because if they're any good, you could be saving a huge amount. Like some of them, it's literally like you go from 350 down to 60. And I think part of the reason I'm interested is because I think I legitimately believe that you could make some of the stuff that these guys are charging 360 for 460 and still make a bit of profit. Not much, but you could still make a little bit.
Sounds pretty interesting.
Oh, I know what I need to go and check out. I wonder if this is a suddenly expired patent. I wonder if, because it's only a couple of companies that seem to suffer from this, I wonder if they've lost their patents. I don't know, it's also China. Since when have they given a shit about patents?
Yeah, filing all the numbers off sounds like they've sold a factory or something, and their factories is making the same thing they used to make.
Well, that's the interesting thing. None of these manufacturers manufacture in China. But I know from digging a bit deeper already that it's showing up on Alibaba and AliExpress, which means it's from China. 100%. You can see where it's shipping from. So it's not, it can't, unless these guys are lying about where they're manufacturing this stuff, which would be weird given that where they're saying they're manufacturing it is in like neighboring countries. I don't think it's a case of a factory working overnight selling stuff out the back door or like sold factory or anything like that. Like one company they like to copy, their factories are in Austria. Like they're quite proud of it. Right, okay.
Wasted Space, investigatory journalist.
That's me, cutting to the chase of the modern concerns of a demographic of a very small number of people. At the same time, while it's only solving the problems of a demographic of a small number of people, I guarantee you it's the sort of thing a large number of nerds would watch just out of interest.
Sure.
Like, I wonder. The Chinese one better? It might be. Go and have a vote. What, drama plus testing? Nerd dream.
I watched an interesting video just because it came up in my feed and it's not something I'd usually pay any attention to the other day.
Oh,
About
really?
It's a gym type guy going on about creatine gummies
Right. Okay.
and how they're the big thing in the gym scene at the moment, and how most of them are just completely lying about their creatine content.
Yep. The cyberpunk future where everyone's taking drugs all the time is a lot less cool than I imagined. It's gummies and organizational trays and shit like that. Aren't we supposed to have implants and like cool bars we can go to and so on? The future is now, and it's kind of meh. Like, we kind of are cyberpunk, the electric cars, the flying shit, and so on. It's here, but it's kind of grey and not as cool as I expected. There's less neon. People get up to less shenanigans. Mostly folks are just depressed.
Yep, that's the cyberpunk future. Oh, he's very angry.
We have implants, we have AI companions even. In fact, I'm going to revise my previous statement. We live in the cyberpunk future, and it's far more fucking stupid than I expected it to be. I spent a lot more time face palming than I thought I would. Yeah, on that note, actually, I think I might delete all of social media and news apps from my phone this evening. I think I've had enough for a bit. Not tried this before, but I think it might be time to give it a go.
How will you know what hellish stupidity has occurred today if you don't have social media?
Unfortunately, I suspect I'll get told. Firstly. But secondly, that is rather the point, Mr. Kabak. Sudden suspicion that it may have been more than 15 minutes ago that I put my ribs in the oven.
Nice and crispy.
Well, no, more needs to be turned. Needs to be flipped. Although they are the right way up to have been, like, this is the right way around for them to have been in for a while. If you can have one side a bit overdone, this is correct way to. Yeah, no, I think I might do that. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Also, ribs. Back in a moment. Alright, that's what I'm talking about. In comparison to that sorry crap I had last time, those both look and smell amazing already. Ribs. Don't get distracted by food.
Too late. I'm distracted.
Well, you can't be distracted for, like, I need you for another 20 minutes. You can do it. Use that 20 minutes for planning.
Well, I finished highlighting all my reds on the Terminators, so that's something. I don't know what I'm going to do with this guy's power sword. I go for a fancy power sword effect. Haven't tried a lightning effect yet.
Yeah, I gave it a go and struggled a bit, so I'd be interested to see what your take on that is, actually. I was expecting to pull off a lightning effect without too much difficulty, and actually it ended up being tough. Although I don't think it helped that I was doing it on a hammerhead with a bunch of, like, Space Marine greebles on it, so I didn't have much of a flat surface to work with.
Yep.
Yeah, Ed Eisen, anyone who wants to show up about, 25, 30 minutes from now, I got ribs. I can probably only feed like 5 or 6. And I'll probably have to put some like chips on or something. Go with them. Otherwise, I'm eating all myself. That is a lot of ribs. It's going to be amazing. The portal, the Nuffle altar. I am yet to finish it. I need to go back to it because I've learned how to paint colors with more vibrancy now, and that portal needs a bit of that. Yeah, Tibbs, last ribs sucked. They were not good. So, going again. And this time we got a slightly sweet, sort of Chinese style sauce, dressing, marinade, whatever you call it.
Mm. Do have some char siu sauce. Maybe I should get some kind of pork. Look at some flesh tone. Where have we got some? Okay.
Brr.
It's not lying wasted. She'll do it.
Yeah, that's all good. She would not be the first.
Can and I will.
Well, I mean, you would probably, as far as Armco folk, there's probably been. It depends if you include Morph. Yeah, I guess you do. So there's probably been 9 people that have stayed here so far, and then I've met something like 60.
I mean, it's only fair that I warn people of Tabura's approach. She does have a grenade launcher.
A surprisingly large number of my stream have a face. Or a foot. Yeah, Bucket Man has a foot. Yeah, I will give him that. It was the first, the only time I have ever been sent candid foot pics. And it was by one of my own mods. You're correct, Dragon Soul. You do not have a face. Alright. I was not claiming you did.
Some green wash on the bedroll.
In order to possess a face, I have to have met you. A large glass bucket. I think you might be starting to stretch the definition of a bucket here, Mr. Bucketman. You have any strong thoughts on buckets, Mr. Kamak?
Good for carrying stuff.
That's a fair opinion.
Quite effective headwear if you've got a Robocop trying to shoot you in the head.
Effective and entertaining. Dual purpose. Observations thus far do suggest that Bucketman is in fact not a goose.
Well, that should keep the ornithologists in check.
That was the concern. They can get antsy. And there's little worse than an antsy ornithologist. And then you're just confusing science.
Scientists confused. Bucket or bird? that pale enough, or did I mix in too much yellow?
Yes.
That is barely noticeable, and I believe I mixed in too much yellow. You, not you. Shade make it later. Okay, something is telling me that Capex Commandos are not going to be the most well concealed regiment in the Imperial Guard.
No, I suspect not.
I'm not going to spoil this amazing orange by painting camo on it. Blasphemy.
How much left do I have to do on the knit? Lots. So what we've basically got here, with the exception of the wings, is a base coat for an oil wash. Then it gets oil washed, and then I've got to go through and highlight. The only thing I need to decide is if I'm going to do any work on like bone stuff around here, ignoring his face. But I've got like, there's a number of different bone spines and other bits and bobs that I haven't decided a color for, because I don't really want them to stand out. Because if they're your usual, like you go for a usual bony color for those, they're going to be very bright and they're going to detract from the contrast we've already got. So I'm kind of at the moment musing on what I should do as far as like highlighting these chest areas. Those are not too bad. I think we keep most of that as this red sort of color, but there are bony bits all over the place, both blades and otherwise. And what to do with that? Question mark. You could go for a bit of a
cooler grey color, like the mandibles on my amble fella. Keep it a bit more desaturated than the rest.
That could work. So almost the colour that his top horn already is.
Yeah, yeah, something like that.
Roger, endless spikes. Yeah, pretty much. I'll see if I can find a quick way of doing them. We might be able to find a contrast paint that allows us to go like get that sort of silvery, bluey sort of shenanigans. What have we got? I'll just have a look over. We've got some green sort of colours that might work. Waystone green over a white or something like that. Back in one moment. Final flip.
So we better get some highlight on the rounds as well. Yeah, I'm wasted allowed to be distracted by fruit, but I'm not allowed to be distracted by fruit. That's not fair. It's not fair at all.
Normally it's chat distracted by food, but not tonight. No, sir. Tonight, nice and straightforward. It's me. And I will be heading off in a moment. To be honest, I should have done so a while ago, because I need to wake up on Saturday.
Yeah, they tell me I have to do that too.
No, 4 hours from now, I need to be awake on Saturday, ready to go and play at a charity gig, as well as being the person responsible for setting up all the sound equipment. So some sleep adjustment necessary.
Fair enough. Well, I am almost done painting the first of Capex Commandos.
Nice. Tibbs in miniature form.
Yep, and hopefully I get some more people claiming it soon. I'm kind of, now that I've got one, I'm kind of hyped to see more people join the unit. So if you are interested in such, save up your channel points.
Yeah, I kind of wish my channel points weren't so broken.
So I think we've talked before about how your channel point economy is not super healthy.
Yeah, it's just all a leftover from when Twitch used to reward. When they first introduced the system, they awarded a stupid number of channel points per hour watching. And so there are a few regulars that have kind of, over the years, ended up through various means injecting points into the system to such a volume that the currency has become, I mean, it's inflation on an insane scale. And since then, obviously, all that happens is that it gets, occasionally, due to predictions, it gets redistributed. So you just get like the massive amount of wealth that exists in the system just gets shifted around a bit, spread out a bit, and that just makes the whole system even more broken. I just need to run predictions forever. Everything needs a prediction. There we go. That's the answer. Slowly spread it out so everyone's got an equal volume of teeth, and then start using them for something.
I mean, I guess you could do something like what I'm doing, but you'd have to keep tabs on, like you'd have to make it a once per customer kind of deal and keep track of who's
Well, no,
claimed
'cause-
it, I guess.
Well, because the problem is, what I don't want to do is, because in order to set that at a value that it means something to the people with all the points, I have to set it at a value that anyone new coming in, anyone jumping, or anyone, even someone who's been around for the last few years, will then look at their points by comparison and go, wow, that's something I will never be able to afford. There you go, Phoenix proving my point. There I was thinking my 23k was a lot. Because you're used to points in normal people's channels.
I can't remember what I set this at. Was it 300,000? I think it was higher than that, and I reduced it because nobody was claiming it.
It's not uncommon for us to run a poll and there to be, 8 million points in the pot.
Speaking of things in the pot, I just texture painted the top of the texture paint. Yeah, 300,000. So yeah, so like you could set a reward at something like 300,000 takes a while, but not forever.
The only reward I'm comfortable really setting at this point is a reward that is like almost a meme style. It doesn't actually do anything. You're just intentionally going. It's a flex. You know what I mean?
Oh, I've got one of those as well. And I mean, CapEx Commandos isn't really anything. It's something that I do anyway.
There you go.
There we go. Tiburo's Commandos looking pretty cool. So yeah, my idea for how these commandos go is I'm going to do the fatigues in orange for CapEx Commandos, and then the armor plates are going to be in whatever colors are requested by whoever claims a commando. So in Tiburo's case, she wanted purple and yellow. So we've got some purple armor plates, although they're leaning a bit towards blue, but they're purpley. And then some yellow chevrons on the shoulder pads. Oh, so small compared to the monstrosity was there before.
All right. The way this works is let's redistribute some points. Prediction is up. How good will the ribs look? I will then present the ribs before the end of the stream, and we will have a poll to decide how good the ribs look. That will decide the answer of the prediction. Get your points in.
Can I do a poll on the app?
I may also enable points on the poll.
Two quick actions.
For double shenanigans.
Oh, apparently the last prediction I had was, will Splitsy get Jahira killed again?
Right, I better go and fetch some ribs while these guys figure it out. I'm back in one moment, Mr. Gabbett.
I don't know. If I do a prediction for who wins, Amble or Tabura, I don't know how to determine the outcome.
Poll.
Yeah, I guess the prediction can be the predictor of itself. Why not? Versus Amble. Oh, too many characters. There we go. If you win big, maybe you can get a Capex Commando. Oh, seems a bit one-sided at the moment. You're running out of time.
You better hope the votes are in.
Looks like Tabur is going to win the battle. Oh, damn. Those do look pretty good.
I would say that I have got just the right amount of char on those. Right, this is going to be a short poll because I want to eat my rib. So
Well, Tabura blew up the Amble with her grenade launcher.
nice. GG Tibbs. Good work. What was it? Amazing, dry. What are my options? Shit.
So what color are you going to paint the ribs?
Oh, this is carrots.
Actually, you need to cut into those ribs and make sure they're cooked. If it's not cooked, you may have to reprime them and start again. Oh, this is not fair.
Really a bit dry. Get out of here. No, I gotta have some veg. Don't need carbs, but some veg. Are they better than the last ones? I don't know yet. You guys have got to vote first. And then we're suddenly going to end stream, would you believe? I will send you guys in the direction of Kavak, because he can be responsible for where we raid.
What? No.
I know, I have other things to deal with, Mr. Kavak.
Quick,
How
where's
many
my
of them?
raid
1,
button?
2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 10 other things to deal with.
And what if I raid you first?
No, not acceptable.
Oh, where can I get ribs from? Actually, I do know some.
Damn right, amazing
No.
eat now.
Opens at 6 p.m. It's up for ages.
Right, and with that, come here, you. Hmm.
I don't know what happens if two channels simultaneously raid each other. I don't think we could organize it because I think latency would betray one of us.
Yeah, I don't think that would actually work. I don't see anyone we know in minis and models.
Let me have a look.
Well, in the meantime, folks has been playing.
I see some guy in the same category who says he's in minis and models, but he's got some like ribs or something up on his stream.
Yeah.
It's a bit weird.
I want to eat those.
Let's see.
It's just the orc's best day. Oh no, we need a turn. Oh, one of the Carnifexes has become a 2-on Carnifex. Well, time to eat. Nom nom nom. Cheers, folks. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for joining me today. Thank you very much, Mr. Kabak.
No
Always
worries.
good with a bit of painting times. I don't feel like I made some good progress today. Ribs are looking fantastic, so you know, nice to finish a model in one night.
Yeah, too bad it's gonna be gone tomorrow.
And the Hive Tyrant's not looking bad either.
I'm happy with my progress this stream also.
Got him. Hey, follow Kabak. That way this raid was worth it.
Alright. Who am I gonna pass this raid on to? This guy says he's painting a rock. Why not?
Painting a rock.
He's painting something playing a saxophone.
Okay then.
Sounds like a plan. Welcome, Raiders. Goodbye, Raiders. Catch you all next time.
Cheers, Amaro. It's been good. Later, dude. Later, chat.